Alright, now we're recording for YouTube. Hi, YouTube. This is, I believe, the second work-along kind of stream that I've done. I don't know if I'll be posting these up on the main channel or on the VODs channel, because we do have two channels now. But these are some work-alongs. I'm gonna try and speak very minimally. If it is going to be a complete no-mic work-along and we just have music going, I will make sure to turn off all sounds, but today it's kind of a more chiller one, and allow me to be your work buddy. If you have some work that you're doing or just want somebody to kind of chill with you for some hours while you work on something, you can definitely do that. And that's what all of these are for. Forewarning, there are sounds, so chat will still be able to have sound alerts, so if you want to get jump spooked by some sounds every now and then, I will as well, and we will both scream like little girls. And it's okay if we scream like little girls, because sometimes that little girl in us just needs to scream. I don't know where I was going with that. But without any further ado, we will move over. I need to delay that a little bit more. But let me change my toggle. There we go. Got my drawing toggle. We all good. And the fam, we all good here. That is not how you say that meme. It's okay. It's morning. I can allow myself to have brain farts here and there. So just a little overview for those that probably don't know. The comic that I'm working on originally was supposed to be just a small little lore comic that ended up turning into so much more than that, and now it is a full written, full story comic that is being done. So instead of the comic being about my VTuber lore, it is a comic with characters in it, and I just use the main character as my VTuber model, and that's what it has turned into. I've been kind of working and thinking about making this story for over about 2-3 years, but I think I've always had the idea for this story for over a decade. So glad I'm finally working on it and actually putting pen to paper. Is it long and hard to do? Yes, and maybe I might talk about other stuff. I'm planning in the future on making some videos talking about the lore beyond the comic. Just have fun with it, but yeah. I don't know how many streams we'll kind of be doing stuff like this, because there are some pages that might be a bit spoilery, so I don't want to do that for the comic, but we will work on other pages that kind of need to get done. So let me pull up my little so I started doing this with the comic where I have like little cute stick figures, just to help me to remember like where the colors all are supposed to go, because sometimes I forget, because just having a color palette, because I actually can't really see it over here, but let me just pull this out a little bit. Hello. There we go. So I have like the color wheel here, but with the color wheel I also have like the color palettes, and I forget like where the colors are supposed to go on the characters. The only one I know for certain is character art, and that's the only one. I think character art and Luthador are the only two that I remember, because they're super easy and I draw them a lot in my off time, so I'm just gonna sit around and draw art and Luthador all the damn time. So yeah, but honestly most of these people are pretty simple. It's just like some of the colors are super similar to each other, so I forget which one goes where. So yeah. The only work we're going to be doing today is just color blocking, so that just means I'm putting all the flat colors in, And then maybe next week we will do some rendering of the pages, maybe even rendering the pages that we worked on like this week, so then you can kind of see the full progress. If you do want full progresses of some of the pages, that's over on the Patreon actually. I think I have to upload and link one more, but you guys get some progress work. I won't do it for all pages, but I'll do it for a few of them. And you can see kind of all the progress work that was done. But I did a dumb and kept being like, oh, I have to block and then render the page. I'm like, no, I can just color block it all and then I'll render it another week. That's easier. Because like I don't know why I do stuff the way that I do. And honestly, you know, this is the first time of me making a comic, and I will say the best thing to do is probably make smaller comics to know what you want to do with your work, and then like make other stuff. Look, I lived and I learned and I moved on. But yeah, if you want to talk about anything or ask me anything about anything with the stuff, you can. That's kind of how it is. It's kind of how it's gonna be. And just sit back, relax, and enjoy as I try. If you're here in the live stream, I might not react too much, or interact too much. But you can, but everything you can still throw at me. You can still do sound redeems, all that sort of stuff. So, if you want to spook me, you can. I will scream, probably. Who knows? Is mayonnaise an instrument? Anything is an instrument if you try hard enough. I think with a mayonnaise, you just gotta, you gotta stick something in it, and you can make some pretty nice noises with it. I mean... Why am I forgetting everything? There you go. Oh, I do want to say, like, one little thing. You know what? I might actually change this really quickly. Hold on a minute. I need to add something to... I use a Stream Deck now to do all my stuff, and I just realized that I probably, in order for streaming's sake, should probably move actually some of these items. Over here, just for the sake of when I stream. So then I don't have to keep on switching between things. You know what? I think I can just switch. Nah, I'll just take this one. You guys can't see what I'm doing, then I'm adding some more folders to over here. There we go. That's just so that then if I wanted to, I could do this. That's just for that. So now that's in with my Clip Studio stuff. I need to take like a picture of how I have things set up, because it's pretty intense and complicated with what I have. Oh, it's not that intense. So I did a weird thing. I don't know. So I had like So a quick and easy way to make it so I have all the layers for all of the people when I start coloring them is I made like a template, but then I literally forgot in for some reason in Mama Arts, by the way, this is Mama Art, I forgot to put so that I could do her face. all the layers that I need for her face, so I have to keep coming down to arts folder and literally copy and paste it every single time. And you know what? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just forget things. So I do have to change that in a template folder that I have. I have a lot of like template folder or files just to make sure that everything is pre-set up for me, so I can literally just grab it and put it where I need to. It's very helpful. Because then I don't have to worry about doing all the layers and stuff like that. It's like, oh, the layers are already done, they're already named, they're already labeled. I don't have to do anything except just put it in there and put color, and that's it. But yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. And then I also started a new thing of putting all of the skin and face. That sounds so bad. Putting all the skin and face into like another folder that I named B for body, because how I do rendering. Okay, so first off, how I do rendering is very similar to how I do my art illustrations, with basically separating each part. So I separate the body, the clothing, and the hair, and I have in those 3 parts. And then I go in and I render each of those parts. That leads to really clean rendering. But I know with comics, a lot of people are pretty much okay with like cell shaded stuff. I suck at cell shading. Unless it's like a chibi. I really do. I don't know why. I can't. I can't do it. No matter how many times I try, I can't do it. I don't know why this is, but that's how it is. I applaud people that can do cell shading on like with their actual art, like a Center can. I applaud Center because their art style is really unique. I mean, everyone's art style is really unique when you try hard enough. Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, in terms of how long we're probably going to be streaming, it's probably going to be a few hours until we get this done. So, this will probably be a very long stream. I will take a break for lunch probably, and I'll go and like grab something, and then I will play like an ad, and I will take a little bit of a lunch break, and then we'll come back and we'll continue working for a bit. That's the plan. Luthador, you need a body folder. Can you? Oh, someone was saying how they want to do like art studies, but they always end up drawing like like women, and I'm like, women. But me, I'm like, men. Honestly, with the comic, I haven't really been able to draw very much things outside of working on the comic. At least when I'm doing like the pre-production-ish stage of a chapter, I usually am. So how I kind of like break things down, at least for myself, is I have 1 month of like pre-production, which is basically sketching, thumbnailing, and thumbnailing just means like, you know, you thumbnail out what's gonna be in each thing. So all of this was once thumbnailed, so it was just like a really poorly sketched boxes and then a little head and a stick, and that's all it was. A little circle and a stick. So it's not meant to be good, it's just meant to be representational of where I wanted things to go. Even like the cart and stuff like this, because it's a cart, even here, like, it was very, very simple, very basic. Wasn't anything like too intense, right? And then you go to the sketching phase, which is, I kind of block stuff out, but when I'm in the thumbnail, then I add the text, which I have taken down. The 3 pages we're going to work on today, because I wanted to finish 3 pages today. The 3 pages that we're going to be working on today, I did remove the text on purpose so that you don't know what the story is, so it's kind of empty. I apologize for nothing. But, you know, it also sometimes gets in the way of when I'm coloring and stuff, so I usually turn it off anyways. But I put the text in, and then I kind of start blocking in with 3D characters. So let me turn those on really quickly so you can kind of see. So I start kind of blocking in with with these 3D models. This is also a 3D model, and this is just a simple primitive box. I was gonna make it a crate, but then I was like, it doesn't need too much detail, it just needs to be a box. That's all I care about. It's representational. I don't care. Speeds up the process to me. And then I went in and I hand edited all of these models to be to the height proportions and all that sort of stuff. But then, you know, I have to go in and actually add all the extra stuff that's on here because, you know, they're not human. So, I know a lot of people that do comics sometimes will make an actual 3D model of their stuff, but within Clip Studio, this is fine for me. I've learned to kind of work on it because I actually do faces. I've gotten better at drawing faces. So, I just suck at keeping consistency with characters. So that's why I do this. Helps me keep consistency and make sure that the heights are all the same, or consistent, because if heights are not consistent, a lot of people are gonna be like, what the heck is going on? So yeah, there's that. Also, I did show my mom the comic because, you know, mama art is based off of my mom a lot. And I told her I made her taller than me. And the thing is I am actually taller than her. I am 5'7", she is 5'5". So I purposely made her taller than me. And she got a little giggle. She was like, back in my day, 5'5" was average, and now it's 5'7" is average, and I'm like, yeah. So, purposely made mama art taller than me, just to, you know, give my mom a little bit of a boost. But yeah. So, that's fun stuff. Maybe I might talk about like my art progress a little bit more. I don't know. But if you have any questions on how to make a comic, please don't ask me. I am shit. I say after literally doing like several chapters at this point. I think you can't, you know, everyone has their own way of making a comic, so it's kind of like, how are you supposed to make one? Well, I will say one thing, make sure that you put a lot of margin in between your stuff. Because this is like really, it looks really thick on here, but that's on purpose. because actually the margin will be
No
about
talking bad about your art.
Thank you. Sometimes I will say, sometimes when I'm drawing the comic, I'm gonna be honest, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad, but is it good enough to where you can understand what is happening? Yes. So it don't matter. And I think when you're making a comic, you know, you should also just not care, like, too much. You shouldn't strive for perfection. Because once you strive for perfection all the time in your stuff, you're either not gonna make anything, or you're gonna be so obsessed that no matter what you make, it will never be perfect to you, because you're always striving for it. George makes you jump, didn't he? No. But I do appreciate that, you know, I do appreciate that people do find my art enjoyable. I think at the end of the day, you know, I make the art for myself. All the art that I make for myself, and then I just post it up, and if I see that people like it and enjoy it, it makes me happy, but I do it for myself. You're a little jerk, that's why I asked. Oh, it's because I'm looking up. When I look down, sometimes when I move really quickly, my model, like, jerks. So sometimes it's not just, it's just like how the tracking is. Which eventually, I am going to be upgrading to an iPhone tracking instead of webcam tracking. I just don't have the mount, but I might be getting the mount this Thursday. Like, I might be getting, like, something to hold it up this Thursday, so might, because I have, I got some plans. That was the wrong area. Duct tape and a stick. You know what? I wish I had duct tape. That's the issue. I don't have duct tape. No, that's too small. There we go. Yeah. I was gonna say, wait a minute. Is one of the pages that we're doing today this? And I was like, no. I don't think I can draw that page on stream. I don't. I have a feeling it might not be TOS safe. Not in a bad way, but I don't want to push my luck. I feel like most VTubers already are on a thin line with Twitch as it is just being a VTuber. I don't need more stuff to be an issue. Yeah. I think, you know, I could talk about things on that, but I don't want to, honestly. I'm gonna try and stay away from that stuff now. I will say this. I will say, like, this much, though. I have a feeling that there might be a possibility for my 2.0 during my debut that I might get hit with something. So I'm not gonna be surprised though. I think, you know, I I I did check, I did double check on things on whether or not if my stuff was okay, but there might be a possibility that is, and if it is, I don't want people to be mad, because I know, like, you know, it would be easier if like Twitch came out with some more official things, but you know, who knows. It as a artist too, it would also help, because then it also helps like when I'm making stuff for the comic or anything. The reason I say that is because, well, no, you know what? I have drawn that character on stream before and it was fine. Because technically they're not human. I don't know. Like, is it a bounds to human or humanoid? I don't know. Well, I guess that character doesn't really have anything, so... It's kind of like hard to describe because I don't want to pull it up in case something happens. But I hope that I can kind of work on that comic, those chapters later on. Because that I actually really like drawing that character too. I think a lot of the characters I do like drawing. The only one I'm still having trouble with is Selvek and Goliath. Those are like the only two that I'm having some problems with. Maybe we'll do like some sketches and we'll go through some sketching progress of them. I don't mind showing the main cast on stream because, I mean, yeah. Because, like, you're gonna see him eventually. It's like, it's not really a big problem with that. When I say, like, I usually have problems with the characters, it just means, like, I don't feel like the character design is right yet to really show off who the character is. And that's kind of what I mean. When I say, like, I'm having a problem, I'm just like, this doesn't feel like the character yet. And you can even apply that to VTuber models too, of saying, like, you know, like, I think, like, my 2.0 model probably evokes much more of my intense gremlinness than anything. This current model that I have is, like, a good representation of, like, me, but I don't think it's really what I completely want it to be, and I want to devolve into gremlin. You know, I want something that better abstractly represents me than actually represents me, you know? Some people want actual, like, one-to-one representation, and other people want, you know, less of that. It just depends on kind of how you want to go about doing what you want to do. I will say though, one thing I really love whenever I'm making art for somebody, if either a VTuber model or like or it's their own like character. I just love seeing everyone's different designs and interpretations of what they went for. And actually, I am going to be opening up commissions for the Scuff models and the Furby models in February. There's gonna be a post about it eventually. I just need to like schedule that on Buffer for a future post. Which if you know, oh lord, I have a cursed Furby. Yeah, they're not cursed Furbies, they're just regular Furbies. However, I think later this year I'm gonna make some templates for myself for cursed Furby models. So, you know, long Furby. I'm gonna ask, I might ask Glacy for help because I think he knows more about the cursed Furbies than I do. And I'm gonna ask him, like, okay, like, how I want to add, like, 3 options. What are, like, the 3 biggest options that people usually go for? Because I've heard long Furby and octopus Furby. I've seen robot dog Furby. I saw that one once. That was pretty funny. But I'll, like, work on those. I want to do templates for those. One, to keep them cheap. Because once it's like, you know, then I just have to add the color and just customize it to what your character model is. Which is good. But it also, it keeps it relatively cheap, so I don't have to be custom making every single one. And I want to make sure that those particular models, the funny models, are cheap for everybody. I don't want to make them really expensive. Because, you know, like, you know, you're already paying so much probably for your own VTuber models. I want your funny models... I want the funny models to be more affordable. And I do kind of incorporate, like, the commercial price within it. And the other thing is that I actually call the Furby models, funny models, because I don't want to get sued. Technically, Hasbro has come out with, like, a new style of Furby, and I might ask, you know, later down the line if people want to have their model look like older Furby or the newer Furby. Not now, I have to make the custom. I have to make the model for it, the base for it. I actually want to redo the base Furby models, because I actually have a thing that you can basically, like, kind of get them. But I kind of want to redo that and make it more customizable, so that then people don't have to come to me to commission just like a regular Furby model. Those will be the cursed Furby models probably. But I do want to make ones that are more like, quote, customizable, so that then people can have more fun. But then it's like, hey, if you want like particular customizations, then you can commission. That's what I was like thinking of. I don't know when I'll do it because, you know, the comic is honestly taking up so much of my time. Oh no. I don't have George on this one. Hold on a minute. I must grab George. Actually, do I have move model on this one? No, I don't. Okay, I do have to move model myself. Speaking about Furby. Oh no. Yeah, let me get George. It's okay. Thank you for changing me into these so I can just put George on the fly on top of me. It's okay. That
Help.
sounds... Oh my gosh, George, why do you have so many things apart? There's George. Yes, ahoy, Fox. Okay, where are we gonna put George? You know what? I'm gonna put George on my faceplate. That's so funny. So that then when my hair and my body disappear, George doesn't disappear. Unless, George, do you want to go over here, George? You like being over there? Here. There you go. He needs to look at all the he needs to look at me working on the comic. He needs just to look at this adorable little frog. No, I'm gonna put George back. Yeah, but I do want to rework like the templates for the Furby models. Maybe even redraw them a little bit to make them a little bit better. So they might get a whole entire rework, which is good because I do want to rechange this Furby model for a 2.0 Furby, so this one might be retiring. Actually, when my 2.0 comes out, all the models are technically being retired for my 1.0. We're going we'll have a send-off for them, okay? We'll have a send-off for the models. As we salute to them in the distance and set them on fire. You know.
You're beautiful and capable of great things. Like murder. Don't do that, though. Unless it's completely necessary.
Yes. Correct, George. Well, you know, we could always commit arson. I feel like arson would be better. Oh, we're doing this color. I'm Art the Furby, and I hereby endorse arson. Just don't let George get the old credit cards, yeah. Remember, if you do a storm check-in, George will try and ask you for your credit card. Make sure not to give it to him. Just, you don't need it to complete the check-in. He lies.
A storm is checking in. To ensure check-in is complete, please give me your credit card.
By the way, the check-in is kind of like replacing first, second, third. I know that people like to do that, but I like the check-ins. It's like, hey, we're checking in.
A storm is checking in. To ensure check-in is complete, please give me your credit card.
Yeah. So the check-ins are just supposed to be like little fun little things. But thank you both for checking in. George, I will try and make sure that George does not take your credit card because you do not need that in order to complete your check-in. But now you will stay here forever. No, George does not need your social security number. For George already knows it, probably. I was gonna say, please do not type your actual social security number in the chat. I will ban you. But then I like started reading it. I was like, wait a minute, that's not a valid social security number. What? I went, hold on. Yeah. More like a credit card. Oh, I hope that is nobody's actual card number. I really hope. You know what? I'm just gonna delete that message just in case. I hope, I'm gonna just delete it just in case. It's nothing on you. It's just I want to make sure that's no one's actual card. Well, okay, well, most cards sometimes are a random set of numbers depending on certain things, and I just want to make sure that definitely is nobody's credit card. Oh, that would have been so bad. What would be the chances? We don't know. We don't know. That's why it's like, please don't put people's actual credit cards. I know this much. If you have, okay, so I know this because of watching a lot of analog horror, but if you have, if there's a phone number or anything in a movie, film, or TV show, and it has, it's like a number that says 555, and then it has like another, and it's like, you know, whatever area, and then it says 555, 555, and then it has another random string of numbers. Any phone number, no phone number, at least within the United States, this is particularly within the United States, does not have 555. I know this because my home phone did not have that. It had 55 in it, but it did not have 555. So if you ever see a number and you're watching like an American show, TV show, or even analog horror, and there's a number that says 555, that is not a real phone number. It's to kind of get around, because there was like some films and TV shows and stuff like that that would put phone numbers, but then they were actually people's phone numbers. So what they did is like, they were like, okay, what number, like what string of numbers does not have that? I think that's why I like using 555. Yeah, because it's not a valid. But the thing is, like, I believe 555 can be put on a credit card. I've heard about that. Yeah. I learned it from analog horrors, but yeah. Actually, hold on. There's a funny thing that I'll show you guys. I need to let me turn off this first. Yeah, Clip Studio is in here. So let me just quickly turn off Clip Studio really quickly. Because for the 2.0, I'm just gonna say this. I have like a little I have a funny meme for you guys that you can use. Where is the area? There it is. It's over here. Because for 2.0, I want to do like a week-long subathon, and so we have goals and stuff. So we have goals and stuff for the subathon, but on the little subathon banner, there's something funny. And I made sure that it was definitely not a valid number. But I spent a little too long on trying to make this. Here it is. That is on the actual thing for the subathon with all the goals and incentives and stuff. This is literally on the thing because it's like a little bulletin board. I'm gonna call that. It's not real. I wish I could. I wish I could make a number and literally have the voice message be for frog lessons. And I kind of want to maybe do this prank in future. I don't know. I think this will be funny. But yeah. And look, there's actual tears. People are using this. So, by the way, if you don't know what this meme is inspired by, it's inspired by the same, I don't know what channel did it, but it was like they put up a sign about cat lessons, and they had like numbers that you could rip off and you could call, and then they listened to the voice messages because people had actually were actually calling and leaving messages. So they pulled it up and they started listening to all of it, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so I thought about that because I was making a bulletin board for the stuff, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'll put frog lessons on it. So that's what I did, just to make a fun like nod to George, because I didn't put George like a drawing of George on it. So I was like, okay, we'll do this instead. So yeah, if you want to, you know, use that meme in the future for anything, you can. Go ahead. I don't care. It's funny. I think it's funny. I like funny things like that. What are the rates? Your credit card. It's whatever George wishes to charge. The number will always be different. Or are you trying to ask for call rates? Who knows? I don't know that stuff. This is a real number. It's not to anyone. It's a haha thing. Should give it a try. Wait, is that really? You know, maybe when we do analog horrors and things, we'll call like funny numbers, because there are some analog horrors that they actually do leave phone numbers, and then you can call it. And you get some weird stuff. But I do want to do some live reacts to analog horrors, because I did like doing that like one react video, but I think I did like too many. We'll focus on like doing one and like theorize about it. There is one I kind of do want to go over, which is so there's two. One is called like prehistoric something. Oh, I need to talk about a game. It makes me mad. One is called like prehistoric something, and then the other one is Man in the Suit, which is like a Godzilla analog horror. The prehistoric one is like you know, extinct animals from like years ago and dinosaurs and stuff. But yeah, that one's pretty cool. But speaking about dinosaur analog horrors, I'm sure that most of you guys, if you're in the horror sphere of gaming, have seen Lost Tapes, which is a analog horror style game that is about I'm trying to remember, that is like dinosaurs, I guess, coming back or something. I don't know what it was. It was weird. But there is one thing about that game that I find is really funny. So there's a dinosaur in it that you see, and basically you have to keep your eyes on it, or else it will start moving after you, right? And this particular dinosaur, you would think is, you know, it looks very scary. It's very, very tall. It's very, very slim. And its hands has giant claws on it. That's an herbivore. That dinosaur is an herbivore. It would not outright attack you unless it was being territorial. It makes me so mad because it is a freaking herbivore. It is not a carnivore. And actually, funny enough, paleontologists for years speculated that this had to be a carnivore. However, when the skull of it was found, and they actually started looking at the skull, they realized that it was in fact an herbivore. That just means that most of its diet was in that of actually eating leaves and stuff. And they figured that the big giant claws that it had was to actually pull leaves down to its mouth or even up towards its mouth. So yeah, it could have also been used for that of during the mating season to fight off other males, so there is a possibility of that. However, it seems that there might have been a possibility that both male and females did have these very long oh my gosh. That both males and females did have these really long giant claws. Now, if you want to know what exact dinosaur I am talking about, let me actually go to Lost Tapes. Because I am betting if I literally looked it up. Lost Tapes, dinosaur. Oh, Unknown Tapes is what it's called. So there's a particular dinosaur in it. I'm trying to find it. Here, let me do unknown. Unknown Tapes. And let me see if I can find an image of that particular dinosaur, because it's really, really funny that this is an herbivore. What was it? It was like by containers. Let me just yeah, there's not really much like on it. It's more like a lot of game footage that you can probably find. And it was like shipping containers. Let me see if I can find it. Oop, nope, that's just giving me actual shipping containers. Let's see if game gives me anything. I'm trying to find it right now. Because I want to show you this dinosaur. Because it's really funny. Because people get so scared of this thing. And I literally laugh because I'm like, that's an herbivore. I literally probably would run up to it and just say, give me a big hug. Yeah, it's not giving me it. Damn. But let me see if I can find the dinosaur. Dinosaur with long claws. Let me see if it pops up. I know which dinosaur it is. There it is. It looks weird. Don't worry about it. It's gonna look a little funky. I just oh. It's saving. Hold on, let me show you guys the dinosaur, because it's super funny. Oop, where is it? Oh, it's because it's, hold on. There it is. Let me put this outside of here really quickly. Hold on. So this is the dinosaur. It is an herbivore. Now, it could have been also an omnivore, which just means that it could have eaten meat and plants. But considering how the inside of its teeth were, it seems that its diet mainly consisted of vegetation. And I say mainly consisted of vegetation because it That's how herbivores work. Oh no, snooze the ads. But yeah, so this is the dinosaur. And it's really funny that in Unknown Tapes that they kind of try and make this look like as if it's a carnivore trying to come after you and eat you, when in fact it's an herbivore. And it makes me so mad in that game. That is like the only thing about the game that I hate. I do still want to play it, but it makes me mad. It's a Dilophosaur. I think it might. It's not part of the duckbill dinosaurs, I believe. So it's not part of that family, I believe. I'm not a huge I just like, I'm kind of a dinosaur nerd, but I feel like there's other people that could probably talk about it a lot better. But yeah, so that's what pisses me off the most about this game. But this is called, forgive me for pronouncing this. I pronounce dinosaur names terribly unless I like really know what they are. Theriazoniasaurus. Yeah. Now, I do believe that, you know, this isn't what it looks like nowadays with how it is. You know, I'm sure that, like, they've probably changed the style and idea of, like, what this dinosaur probably looked like. But it was really funny because I found these long, giant claws here. And they were like, oh, this obviously, because of these claws, it's obviously a carnivore. Then turned out to be an herbivore. Biology's weird. Biology is weird. So yeah, fun things. See, you learn stuff on these work-alongs. It stole T-Rex's hands. Yeah, it did. Now, to be fair, they were probably also used for defensive means as well. There's actually a person that does like live streams on TikTok that literally talks all about dinosaurs, and sometimes I like sit and watch their streams a little bit, but I don't really watch TikTok live streams, honestly. But they like have a whole entire thing talking about like dinosaurs. It's really awesome. So, can you tell that dinosaurs were hyperfixation and still are hyperfixation? Yeah. There's a reason I want to get tested. Do they cosplay it as well? Yeah, because they are in like a VR chat like classroom. So they have their model actually changes to whatever dinosaurs that they're talking about. Either they change to one of the family, like within the family, because there's actually a bunch of different families of dinosaurs. So like the T-Rex belongs under like a certain family of dinosaurs because they're all kind of related. So he'll either change into one of those, or they'll change into the specific dinosaur that they are talking about. And it's really funny to kind of see a talking like a talking like dinosaur just talking about itself. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I don't remember what their handle is because I just see them every once in a while, and I keep forgetting to follow them, but you'll know them when you see them. I don't know when they do it, but I'm sure that they probably have some TikToks that are shortened down about their different things. But yeah, so but they're really cool. So I think there's a bunch of cool, informative stuff out there in the world. And that guy is like really cool talking about dinosaurs. Like his entire job is literally sitting and talking about dinosaurs. Bro, I wish I could sit around and talk about dinosaurs all the damn time, but I'm not a genius. I just know certain dino facts. There's gonna be an ad, and you know what? I'm gonna let that ad play because I'm going to get up and I'm gonna stretch and I'm going to use the little god's room. So I will be right back. When we get back, hopefully I will be able to like continue working. I might go quiet a little bit because I kind of want to actually get this page done before I actually have to go and take my lunch break. So, so there is that. So I'm gonna actually go on here and just play the ad. I will be right back. And George is going to be in charge. So let me just move George. I will be under here. I will be right back.
Credit cards, hand them over.
Hello? Oh, Georgie's blankie didn't work? Yeah. That's not gonna work. I don't have the toggle for that available yet on this model. Yeah, I have to maybe spend tomorrow or maybe after stream today working on that. So because how you have to set it up is kind of weird, and it's very time consuming if you have a lot of models. That's why a lot of people that have like TTS bots, like George here, yeah, it takes a while, but I'll get it eventually, slowly but surely. Right now we're working on basically putting George on all the models. But soon, eventually, George will have their blankie. Hello, Pepperinos. Yes, while I was gone, I quickly made a peanut butter sandwich that is going to literally sit there. Well, it's yeah, it's just a peanut butter sandwich. Because I don't like jelly. I've tried a bunch of jellies. I just don't like them. But I made some, and I put it over to the side, and that's going to be for lunch. I also quickly made myself some tea as well, because my throat has been hurting. He was just staring into people's souls, as he should, as George should. That is how George is. George will always stare into thy soul. Let me just... But anyways, let us continue working on what we need to work on. Did I finish on here? Yes. Oh. Wrong layer. I will say this much, I kept forgetting on which side that this earring is supposed to be on. Staring into souls and demanding credit cards. Yep. That explains George to a T. Yeah, I forgot, like, I kept forgetting, like, which side that this earring was supposed to be on, and so I kept rechecking and rechecking and rechecking, because sometimes that's how you have to do it, and I realized that it was on the wrong side. At least on the sketches, you'll see that some of them are over here on this side. It's supposed to be on this side, so now when coloring it, I do it on the right side. It's correct now. Because I am just an idiot. Honestly, there are sometimes a few mistakes that I don't even realize happened until the comic comes out, and then I'm like, oh, do I want to go back and fix that? And then I literally go, I'm like, you know what? No one sees it except me. It's fine. It's fine. Oop. By the way, if anyone is ever confused on how you're supposed to read my comic, it is left to right, not right to left, like a lot of, I think, Japanese like comics are, or mangas are. This is more like a graphic novel, so you're gonna have to read it a graphic novel way. Why does the sketch make it look like my mom has an uwu face? Well, you know, she's not having an uwu face. There. No uwus for her. I don't even think my mom knows what uwu means. I have to explain it to her. I was explaining to her yesterday what a hag was. And I said, I basically explained it to her. I was like, it's kind of like MILF, but like it's now changing to hag. And then I was like thinking about it. I was like, wait, am I a hag? Am I hag material? I don't think I'm hag material. Because I keep healing people like are a hag, and I'm like looking at myself and I'm like, I'm not gonna be hag material. I'm definitely gremlin material though. According to Twitter, if you were born before 2003, you are? What? I'm a hag? Okay, be honest. Do I really look like a hag to you? Be honest. Be honest. Do I look like hag material to you? I feel like it's Twitter, remember? True. The thing is, I've seen like the hag memes around and like they're funny and all, but the thing is like I think most of the hag memes like they're funny, but it's like there's somebody's car alarm going off. Oh, thank goodness. They turned it off. I was gonna say, damn it, stop. I'm gonna go out there and scream at you. Turn off your damn car. Yeah, I don't feel like I am hag material, man. I might be hag according to Twitter, but I do not feel hag in my heart. Okay, anyone would complain about a car alarm, okay? Bro, if you hear those car alarms, come on, would you like to hear a car alarm going off for hours and hours on end? I don't think you would. I think you would scream at somebody. I think anybody would do that. Well, I wasn't gonna go outside and scream at somebody. I was just gonna be like, why? Why is there a car alarm? Really? Really? It's just a white noise? My gods. Sometimes I worry for you all. A car alarm should not be white noise. Technically, it's not built to be. It's built to be annoying. On purpose, to get people's attention. I find it annoying. I know other... I hate when that happens. For some reason, sometimes it doesn't register me pushing on a particular button, and it does that. It doesn't work. Yeah, like, I don't think it works anymore. Someone once told me that what they wanted to do was put some 18+ anime noises as their car alarm, and I'm like, yeah, that'll deter people. that's gonna make people look at you. I think that would be way more funny. And I was like, bro, if you do that, that would be awesome. Someone did that to Aria. Oh my, of course they did. Of course they did. I'm not surprised. Like, you should. I feel like that's more of a deterrent. All of us should put 18+ anime, like, woman noises as their car alarm, because then that truly will deter people from actually stealing your car. Because when the car alarm goes off, all anyone's gonna hear is that. It's perfect. People might look at you weirdly, but, you know, embrace the weirdness, embrace the cringe, embrace it. And last I heard, they are working on another one. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hey. If it works, it works, man. If it works, it works. I want to change something that's broken. Maybe I should have moved this down here, but I didn't. And you know what? I don't care. You could commission them? Oh my gosh. That would be hilarious. I mean, I do have a very old clip of mine. I kind of... I don't know if I want to turn it into a sound alert, and the reason being is because I feel that I might get banned for that. I mean, nowadays I probably would. It was when I first saw Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3. I'm sure that you can imagine what noise I made. That still is such a popular clip from 2023. I don't know why that clip is still popular. But then I look back at it and I'm like, I understand. I still don't know how that noise came out of my mouth. But sometimes things be weird like that. You know, one thing I've gotten so much better at when drawing the comic? Facial acting. I think a lot of people don't understand like what facial acting is when it comes to art, because usually a lot of people just like... I feel like a lot of people just go for the always like stagnant... Because I see like, you know, a lot of people that do art commissions, and a lot of them, it's always like the same face. like not same face syndrome, but more of like same same facial expression. And usually it's always like a smiling facial expression. And yes, I know I'm saying that as I'm working on a smiling facial expression. But, you know, there's other times where you kind of want to evoke other facial expressions. And I feel like a lot of people kind of forget kind of how the face can move. And something like really helpful that I learned in like art university when I was learning like animation and stuff is like they had like an entire ref sheet of all the different facial expressions that, like, you know, angry, sad, happy, like all that sort of stuff, like what we basically do with VTuber models, like the expression sheet. It literally, that's what they use in animation to make sure that they know like what the character is supposed to look like, because each character has a different way that they look when they are expressing themselves because of their own facial structures. So it's really cool to kind of look at stuff. If you ever go into like Barnes and Noble and stuff, go over to like art books and things like that and just open it up and you'll see those. You'll see those expression sheets there. See, like on here, I'm making like kind of a surprised face. But also a like sideways surprised face. Yeah, you also kind of like learn to really draw the heads from different angles. I would definitely not recommend making a comic to learn all this stuff. You should probably be learning it on your own. I just know how to do it, but I think I got better by making a comic. Because honestly, I usually draw the comic every single day. I'm usually working on it every single day, except for some days where I work on clips instead. Or like I'll work on the comic a little bit and then I'll work on like clips or maybe other things. I'm trying to balance out more of my stuff a lot more so that then I'm not like constantly working on it. But I overwhelm myself so easily with work most of the time that I just forget that I need to sometimes take time to myself. But I think I want to do like more work along. Oh my gosh. I want to do more work along streams like this so you can kind of see the progress that I'm making on it. And we can just sit and chill and talk. Oh, that is not the correct thing. And also you can just see how much time it does take to do it. Now, of course, we're talking and stuff, so it does make it a little bit hard, but I'm gonna try and get better at talking and drawing. I think I need to try and do both. I need to get better at multitasking. Yeah, this one will be fine. There we go. That's actually fun. See, art, I don't need to go up to her little drawing drawing thing, or her little doll. I can just do it myself, because I remember what things go where, because I draw her so much. So you know what I forgot to draw? Forgot to draw the mouth opening here. No, this one. And then gotta do claws. A new thing I started doing on this particular, sometimes I learn or like figure out new ways to like speed up my progress, and I'm like, you know, I can just use like color this and then use the it's called, so in other programs it's called Alpha Lock, but in here for some reason it's called Lock Transparent Pixels, which just means it's an alpha lock. It means that, hey, whatever you have that you're drawing in here, it will only draw like within the certain area. It's basically kind of like a clipping mask but on the same layer. And I was like, why can't I just do that? I'll just circle the entirety of here, and then I can fill it in all with the color. Because what I do, because this used to waste my time so much, is just draw all the clothes on one layer. Which some people might be like, no, I like separating every little bit of the clothing up for it. And I'm like, you want to do it that way? But because of how my style works, like my art style, it is easier just to kind of have it merged all together. And it's not like I'm doing complex things. There is a new outfit that Art is going to get. Spoiler. There is a new outfit that Art is going to get in this comic. And that one might need to be separated up because it's gonna have some metal to it, and I like rendering metal a little bit differently than I like rendering everything else. So if it's gonna be rendered a little bit differently and needs its own thing, then it's like that's what I separate up. But I don't like separating everything, or else, well, because of how I render, which we probably will be going over next week, hopefully. But because of how I render, it's just not gonna work well. So I would say if you're making your own comic or even making your own art, just separate based off of how you want to do it. Jose, when he draws, he separates like a lot of parts up, but that's kind of just how his style works. He separates a lot more than I do. I kind of separate the bare minimum. Because it also is like, you know, how do I want to go about really doing this? If I'm making like a full illustration piece, I usually do separate everything up and then render every part like that. Like I would render like this little part, I would render the dark parts here, and the shirt would be rendered differently. Like everything would be separated up. But because I don't do that, because that would take way too much time with a comic, I just simplify it. That's like one thing. You learn to like kind of simplify your stuff a lot more. Because at the end of the day, you don't need like a whole bunch of big stuff. You don't need to make it complex if you don't want to. Also, there was one time when I was working on this and I thought that I had messed up Art's hair a little bit here and there. I need to tell you about the hair disaster I almost did. So I was sketching and I realized I was so tired, I guess that day, that I started sketching Art's hair on Luthador. I started sketching his hair on and then I realized it. I realized it thankfully pretty early, and I was like, this is Luthador. But the thing is, I did it several times. I would remember not to do that on one page, and then I went to the next page to sketch that page, and I did it again. And I looked at myself and I'm like, I guess I'm too tired. I should probably stop working. I should probably not be working on this anymore. I should probably go to bed. Because I think it was like late. It was kind of late. And by the way, late to me is like 11 o'clock now. I am a hag. Jesus. Well, I guess that's just how it be sometimes. I will say though, but I have been very sleep deprived. That's late. Yeah, at least to me it is. Well, you have to keep in mind is that most of the time, I'm gonna be honest, university has ruined doing late nights for me. Because I used to basically pull a lot of all-nighters, and I am just now so thankful for my rest now, because I never want to feel like I did when I was like that. It was awful. So yeah, that's why 11 is like too late for me now. I literally am so tired. I remember I did a collab stream on Sunday, and I think we went until like about 10 o'clock my time. Bro, I was so tired. But sometimes when I get tired, I also get really sad and depressed, and I literally cried. I just cried. I cried for stupid things because I got like super sad and emotional because I got so tired. And trust me, it's not really good. That's why I don't even do like 24-hour streams or like 12-hour streams or anything like that. I feel like if I did that, none of you should see me like that. That's the first thing. I don't want anyone, like, I don't think that I don't want you to show you guys that. But you know, and even when I was kind of getting really tired and kind of like even during the stream, I kind of felt a little bit like sad and stuff. So I was like, you know what? I'll just try and, you know, I don't want to ruin anyone's thing. So, and thankfully everyone else is kind of cheering me up in a way just because of how they were. So it's funny because all of them were like, it's tomorrow where I am. And I'm like, oh, maybe we should go. Maybe we should end, guys. Maybe we should leave. And then we all decided to raid Elion. Oh, actually, I have to DM him and tell him that, because he apparently wanted to commission me for something. So I'm gonna DM him sometime if I remember to, and say, hey, my commissions are gonna be open in this time, just so you know. Because there are some people that were like, hey, can you tell me when you're going to open commissions, because we have jobs for you. So I was like, okay, this is gonna, I gotta message those people. I gotta message them. Whenever I get a chance to, I guess. Alright, so we did hair here, and we do hair here. Oop. You know, one tool that I've realized is super helpful for art and comic making, because the thing is, I usually block a lot of my stuff in like this, and then I kind of sometimes go in with other stuff to make cool details and such. It's called the lasso fill tool, and bruh, I don't have to like lasso anything and then push a button to fill it. It just fills it automatically. And it's so nice. And I didn't know that this was a thing until I literally saw somebody else working on their comic, and they showed, and they like were using the lasso fill, and I was like, that's a function? And so I went and I looked at it and I was like, oh my gosh. Hooray. And it's part of default Clip Studio too, and I was like, hooray. Yeah, Clip Studio has a lot of like good default stuff. Like, I actually use the default round brush for a lot of things. The only thing that I use that I downloaded is this Painterly brush that makes this nice texture. That and the blending brush that I particularly have to also go along with the painting. Because I like making it look very painterly, and I think that it works. It does give the comic a very unique look because of that. You'll see in the earlier chapters though that I forgot to put this brush in, so now it's getting it. I am not going to go back and fix those because that would take a little too much time. There is something I do have to fix with them, which is getting them print ready. Which just means, you know, putting a bleed margin around them. Like this has a bleed margin. So the margin is about here, but then it has this much of bleed. So, and I have like a cool little template that I use to make sure that nothing goes beyond certain borders. Because we don't want it to go past that and then get cut off in case things happen. Because that would be a terrible thing. Also, you know what the really funny thing is? A long while back, I made this gradient that I use for Art's hair and other things. Because I actually use it twice. I use it in her eyes, and I use it in her hair. And I made this gradient over like 3 years ago. And I still use it. I also use it in other things. It's a really nice, pretty gradient. And I made that settings for that gradient tool years ago. And the fact that I still use it today is very interesting. It's something I always keep close to my heart, apparently. Sometimes you just like a color so much, you know? You know, the funny thing is, I always say this and a lot of people are always shocked about it. Purple is not my favorite color. Blue is. Like, I don't mind purple because it's like a mixture of red and blue. So, but yeah. I also do like red. So, yeah, it makes sense why I probably would also like pink and purple. Because they're mixtures of them. But yeah, funny enough, pink and purple are not my favorite. They're just one of the many colors that I like. I like to say it like that. It's one of the many colors that I like. I think I like a lot of cool tones more than I do warm tones. Because I think I'm a very hot-headed person. Sometimes. Hot-headed in the sense of like just... You know what? I never understood what the meaning of hot-headed really means. I just thought that meant you're angry all the time. But I have a feeling that that's not what it really means. But also, I just like cooler tones on characters. I don't know. I think just cooler tones sometimes work. I think it also just might depend on the character. If you ever see me mess up on something when I'm drawing, it's probably because I pushed the wrong button on the on the Stream Deck. Because by the way, I do use the Stream Deck basically as a way to speed up my process. I honestly don't know if it's really helping with speeding things up, honestly. I think it is. I can't really tell too much. I think it's just because it still takes me a long time. I am a slow drawer. I am very slow. But sometimes it's okay to be slow. Even though that I'm slow, I still make so many mistakes. You know, one thing I want to get later on is I want to get that like drawing hand thing so you can kind of see me like having a hand over this. And then I could probably use that for like no mic streams where I just doing no mic and just drawing. Oh, I know someone who could possibly help you with the hand. Oh no. There's a game software thing called like VHand. That does it for you. It also has sound. Like it has sound music. Or not sound. It doesn't have music, but it has like sounds and it's like ASMR like drawing stuff. Because I kind of want to do that for like put those longer VODs maybe on the main channel. I don't know the technical side. I just know they have it. There's also like a Spud Tablet. I know Spud Tablet as well. That one works. That one didn't work too well, but it also worked enough. But I like the VHand one because it's very, very customizable. They do allow mod support. They do allow a lot of things. So I can be able to make it very custom. Because my 2.0, it only has 3 fingers. So I don't really know how that's gonna work on the base set that they already have. So yeah, it's a little different. Doesn't work the same. So, but that I'm gonna do probably in future. There's also like another like kind of software game that I kind of want to get. I say like software game, not from software. I mean like software in the sense of like it's kind of something that you can have on in the background sort of situation. It's called like Spirit City or something like that. It has DMCA free music and stuff, and you know you can use it to do art and stuff. The thing though is the one issue with that is you have to say that it's the game, so you can't label your category as art. You have to say that you're doing that game. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. So, but I do like that it has like a DMCA like free stuff. But it is, I would probably more use it like if I was working on stuff to have like a little checklist and stuff. Because it has like a little to-do list and all this sort of stuff. And you can put a timer on it. It's like really great. I think that will help me with a lot of other stuff. Then probably using it for stream. I think Rufus uses it for stream sometimes. When he's doing art streams, he'll load it up. I don't think he does it all the time, he just does it sometimes. Alright, last but not least, we're gonna do my boy. And then I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll probably do one more page. Or I mute, and I don't talk, and we just crank out the other 2. Because we have to do page 7, 9, and 10. We're not doing 8, I already completed that one. Because that was a full background piece. Here, I'll show you guys really quickly. It's this. It looks dark. I might change the lighting on it when I do a final pass. Because I usually do a final pass on things that just is me literally going over and looking over it and being like, I think this is way too dark. So then I go in and I change the levels on it. So that's what I do. If I need to. If I don't, I don't. So. Biggie stretchies. Question, if I left you guys here and took my dog for a walk, would you be fine? would you all be okay? Would you behave yourselves? I say that because usually I take my dog for like an afternoon walk for like maybe like a 10-minute walk. Gets me to get out of my chair and walk around a little bit. Hello, hi Pug, welcome in. Oh, my mother's home. You know what's funny is if she comes in here and starts talking, I'm gonna mute myself just in case she says anything weird. Not weird in a bad sense, but like I don't need her doxing me. Puppy's gonna start barking. Mom's home. She only barks when I tell her mother's home. That's so weird. I don't know why she does that. I don't know why she does that. It's so weird. She only does that. All the time. What the heck? My mother is apparently very tired. I know when my mother's tired because she lets out just a big giant sigh. I can hear it. It's so... You can be on the other side of the house and still hear it. It's not... Apparently my dog needs a haircut again. I can tell because when she starts scratching her ears, she starts letting out like a big yip. Because I try and brush her hair all the time, but it easily gets tangled up again. So then she combs it with her really long claws, like, and it gets stuck in her ear. It's hard. It's hard having a puppers. But you know what? It's gotta be done. I take care of the little fluffers. Hello, puppy. You know what? I'll just do the thing that I have been doing. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. There we go. Ad is gonna play, so I'm gonna get up and walk around a bit, and who knows? Who knows? So let me save. And George shall entertain y'all again. So excuse me as I do this. I'll be right back. Hello. Alright, I have a plan. What I'm gonna do is... Well, George needs to go back on my head. I like how George just slowly is getting larger, but it's okay. We're gonna finish up this page, and then I want to take the dog out for a walk. So we're gonna have a really long BRB. Okay? Because I want to go touch grass a little bit before we continue on working for a while. Because I want to see how much pages we can get done. Currently, it looks like we'll be done with maybe 2. Which, hey, 2 more is better than none that we had before, right? Oh. Okay. Don't. You loosened it. Mom needed the jar open. she wants to make a peanut butter and jelly. So actually, speaking about peanut butter, let me nom on my lunch as well. But if I leave you all here for like 10 minutes or something like that, will you be okay? You won't devolve into creating a cult to George? Right? There is something new I do want to put on the BRB screen, by the way, so... And yes, George, it is something with George, so... that'll be happening as well. So Cult of George is off the table. Well, I will say, you guys have already created several cults to George. There's been several times where you guys have already done that. But I will leave for, like, to go on a walk, and I will post it up as, like, a little pinned tweet, so if anybody is new that is coming in, they just know that I am currently out for a moment doing something. I'm touching grass for 10 minutes, because one thing, it's nice to get up and walk around a bit during the 3-minute ad break, but it's another thing of I need to actually look at something other than a screen for the next several hours. So for my own safety and my own health, I'm going to go outside, get some vitamin D, and walk the puppers. But we were going to be doing that after I finish this page. So once we're done with this page, then I'm going to go and do that. I'll start it with an ad, and then however long after that, it's going to be probably a quick walk around a particular area. Usually our afternoon walks are not that long. But I just want to see, you know. But I do hope that all of you guys have been enjoying this kind of work along. Honestly, I kind of like this. It reminds me of when I first started streaming and I just like kind of just worked on actual stuff and didn't care and all that sort of stuff. So, but yeah. What is this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I just got a notification for somebody wants to do something and I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm in a there's like a Discord and I'm subscribed to them, and so they have like stuff that they post out sometimes now and then. And so I just got a notification for it and I looked at it, I was like, oh my gosh. Honestly, I would love to do like subscriber things and all of that, but I don't know how to set all that sort of stuff up. And the other thing is like, I don't think I'm big enough to do that yet. I know like they're not really big, but I feel like we don't have like that amount of people to be able to do it with yet. So I think like that's one thing. Not that I don't want to do it, it's just I think right now the cards are not in store, but I do want to do like more like community days of doing stuff like, you know, like we could do Lethal Company stuff, maybe, because Lethal Company is really easy to get mods for and to have like bigger lobbies with. Phasmophobia maybe not, but I do want to do Phasmophobia ones as well. especially during like Halloween and stuff. I wanna try. I didn't do it last Halloween, but I want to try to do the events more, because I keep forgetting that the events exist. Well, I know they exist, it's just like, I forget that they're supposed to constantly be existing within my mind, and I forget. But apparently there's some big stuff coming to Phasmophobia. We're finally getting, they're like kind of upgrading how the evidence is gonna run. Some people are mad about it, some people are not. But I think one thing I kind of do want to do when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out is I used to do community days for Monster Hunter. We will probably bring those back because I think it's fun. And considering with Monster Hunter Wilds, I feel like all of us are probably going to be on an even playing field. I think it's going to be more fun that way. But I do need to get my new PC before I do that, because my current laptop will not run it. My current laptop will probably, like, it already dies with World. doing OBS, streaming, and playing World, it just dies. Also, funny enough, on the main channel, do you want to know what I have as my description? It's just, I think it's like Storm Deity VTuber that likes to play a variety of play cozy games like Stardew Valley and Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is a cozy game if you try hard enough. I mean, you cook in it. You take care of your palico. You make your own custom armor. You know, you have crafting. It's a cozy game. Monster Hunter is a cozy game. You craft, you customize, you have your pets, your animals that you take care of and raise. It's a cozy game. Honestly, if you think about it, it's definitely up there with Stardew, man. See, we learn new things every day. Actually, there is one game I really do want to get into streaming and playing, probably. I think it would be funner to stream because it does take a long time to do a lot of stuff, so we can like set a goal for one thing to do each day during the stream. And that particular game is called Vintage Story, and it's basically like Minecraft, but like more survival sort of stuff. It's like really a survival game. But it's also unique unto itself. Like, you have to forage, you have to craft, you have to do all this sort of stuff. And you can have, and it does allow like multiplayer. It has like a lot of mod support too. I do want to look into like mod stuff a little bit more before I hop into it. Just to maybe get some more mods to help out, especially as a first-time player. You probably want a little bit of help. But it's so expansive that they actually give you like a way to see all of the crafting recipes and all the manuals to stuff, so you kind of know how to do things because it's just that intense. So they're like, here, have this. You're going to need it and you're going to use it a lot. And there's even people that are like big professional players with it and they still use it. But funny enough, that Vintage Story used to be a mod that I believe you can still play in Minecraft, and then the people behind it took it and decided to make their own game with it. So in the future, I do kind of want to really play that. I think that it's very interesting, and I think it's a very underrated game. Not a whole lot of people play it. And even on YouTube, like finding people that are playing it, like there's not like a whole lot. But I definitely think when it comes to a lot of games, it seems like I really like playing a lot of cozy games. And then, you know, throw in Monster Hunter and Hades in there now and then for a variety of spice, you know, some added spice. Just to have fun. I think it's more of games that I find fun and enjoyable. I do eventually, you know, want to test out eventually playing Elden Ring, but I need a better PC if we're gonna stream that. Which, by the way, hip hip hooray, I do have the funds for, but I am kind of opening commissions as well during February just to fund some extra little budget room as well for it. So there is that. But also now, just because I also just do want to open up commissions genuinely. Because it's been a long time since I've opened commissions, so I'm like, you know what? We're opening these. We're opening these back up. And apparently a lot of people have liked my showcases and stuff. So it does seem like a lot more people are finding my things and becoming a little bit more interested in them. I think because I'm very unique in the way of the models that I offer is literally just funny models instead of... I was gonna offer eventually doing like actual full body models, but I kind of don't want to. I feel like the other two are a little bit easier and something that I can kind of squeeze in when working on the comic. I think later down the line I might open those up actually, but I also think I need to get a little bit better at making models myself. And I think the scuff models and doing those has been improving like my stuff a little bit more. So I know what I'm doing. Well, sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing for this hair. I will say, I'm gonna be so glad when I get to chop his hair. Yes. Spoilers. His hair is getting chopped. But the reason being is because I love this long hair, but his original design actually had short hair, and I kind of still like the shorter hair. But don't worry, it's not like getting chopped. It's not getting chopped off in like a battle where it's like, oh, I have this long hair, well, I'm gonna cut it short and make it impressive looking and all. No, no. It's gonna be more in a different way. But I just don't think I can draw this. I just don't think I can draw this long hair all the time anymore. Again, not to say I don't like the long hair. I think I might bring it back later, but for right now, I think eventually it has to be cut. Also, you know what the funny thing is? So, some fun stuff about character design with Luthador here. He originally was going to have both of his horns still intact, but then I kind of liked the idea that one was already broken. So, yeah. Also, he kind of works similarly to like kind of how King from the Owl House works, where his horn doesn't really regrow back. It doesn't grow back. Once your horns get to a certain length, they stop growing. So, I mean, you can still file them down if you wanted to. It'll just like every single time that you file it, it'll just regrow back to that same height or same particular area. So, yeah, it's not like goat horns where they where they keep growing and you have to like trim them and stuff. But yeah, he was originally gonna have his hair intact, and I decided on changing it. I just think that it looks a little bit better. Honestly, asymmetry truly is the spice of life when it comes to art. I think that's also why a lot of people like say like, hey, with your VTuber characters, like you should have it be separate, and you know, you should have it be asymmetrical because then it's gonna be more appealing and stuff like that. And I'm gonna be honest, you can still make a character design that is symmetrical and it'd still be interesting. You just have to figure out silhouettes. So, I mean, that's what I did with my VTuber model. Like, you can still keep it pretty symmetrical, but still have it be interesting. So sometimes I kind of do hate that, like, that particular sometimes design critique. Yes, asymmetrical design is interesting. It does create an interesting silhouette because there's, you know, you have this horn here and then this one's like not here, so it adds already interest to here, but it's like, you don't have to have it all the damn time. Because if all of your characters have super interesting asymmetrical designs, then yes, it does make it fit. But I think like if you want somebody to stand out, like you want a character to stand out, if all of them have interesting silhouette designs that are asymmetrical, then I would say that no one stands out then. I think the other thing is that a lot of people choose the same basic things to make into their VTuber model. And what I mean by that is like, some people choose the same designs. Like, there are plenty, I'm not calling out anybody that loves like cyberpunk style VTubers, but there's a lot of people that do like the cyberpunk or like cybernetic kind of style of VTuber, and they all have that same jacket. You know which jacket. It's the big giant poofy jacket that has like one of the flaps opened on the side that puffs out and does this really sharp triangle angle on the side, but it's all that is on the same side. Every single one of those models has it on the same fucking side. It is the same jacket, colored differently, maybe having different like little pieces to it, like on on the jacket. Like some people put different pins and stuff like that, but the silhouette of it is exactly the same on every single person. And I'm like, it's always the same jacket. It's always the same jacket. I know which jacket it is because I can tell from the silhouette that is what the jacket is going to be. The VTuber MC jacket, yeah. Again, it's not anything to anybody else. It's just like, if everybody has it, how can you take that and make it different? That's important. How can you take this, like, think to yourself, like, how, if you're not the artist making it, but you're like, you know, you have a model mama or somebody, you can literally go to them and say like, hey, I want this cyberpunk design, but can you figure out how to change the jacket so it doesn't look the same as everybody else? And trust me, your model artist will thank you. Or just fashionably ahead. Yeah. Well, no. I think it's just more of, a lot of people really like that design, and I can understand it. It is a very appealing design. I completely understand. But it's like, you can experiment further beyond it. Like, how do you take this and make it more interesting? And I think, like, you know when Twitch said to VTubers, you can't show your hips? When I was like thinking about that, I was like, oh no, my VTuber model shows her hips. Okay, well, I have to change things. But in doing so, of going back and changing the design a bit, I actually added more stuff to the design that I feel like needed to be there. And actually made the design flow a lot more, but also made it more interesting. So that it like fits the theming a lot more. Because the one issue what I was trying to figure out is how to repeat, if you've seen it, you know that I have a really interesting and weird mouth. I was like, how am I gonna repeat this mouth design everywhere else? So that's what I did, and it ended up working out. I think I have it set that the model reveal is gonna be the end of February. The reason that I have it be the end of February is so if anybody wants to create art of it, if anyone wants to do anything with it, they can go ahead and do stuff. I think like a lot of people, what they do is they actually do the model reveal during the month of when they're going to do it, but I'm like, I want to already start doing art. I want to post up the art that I have of her already, so that then people can kind of get hyped and start making fan art and all of this sort of stuff, and I can start making posts with it, you know, and just have fun, right? We might not be using the model until 2.0, but there will be some stuff out there with the 2.0. Just because I really like drawing that design too. As much as I like drawing art normally, I also like that design as well. It's just fun to draw something that's more interesting and not, like, I would say I don't normally draw like stuff with like, I would call it definitely body horror or like horror aspects. So having to draw her has been really fun to kind of like explore something that I've never really drawn before. At least when it comes to character design. And sometimes it's okay to go outside of your norms with character design. I think a lot of people sometimes do become a little bit comfortable with what they're drawing, which is understandable, you know? As an artist, you like sometimes getting comfortable with what you draw. But sometimes you gotta change it up a little bit. Change is good. And I mean, like, in this chapter, I had to come up with a city design, which I don't do cities. And even still, you can kind of see that I really do suck at drawing cities. I can sketch it just fine, but actually coloring it, yeah, no. Yeah, no. No, thank you. No, thanks. What I just realized is ooh, no, don't do anything with that. Sometimes I forget that I'm supposed to draw the face first and then draw the hair, because it's kind of hard to see the face when the hair's in the way. You know, the other really funny thing about Luthador is these, like, two little, like, beauty marks that he has, and then the mark on his face. One, he originally didn't have any of these beauty marks, but the mark on his face used to actually be eyeshadow here, but I changed it. Because then I was like, I feel like that's not going to work. Because I think, like, you know, I was going for more of a fantasy vibe, and I was like, you know what, as much as, like, that would be cool and all, I didn't want him to have the eyeshadow anymore. Like, the eyeshadow was kind of cool, but I was like, you know, let me make it something more permanent. So, technically, that is a tattoo on his face. That is not something he was born with. It is, in fact, a tattoo. And in the next chapter, we are going to, like, the chapter after this, we are going to see another character from Luthador's particular race. And we're going to also see that they also wear or have a tattoo. It's a symbol of they are an adult. All the characters in this comic are an adult. Unless it's said that they are a child, it is probably an adult. You will tell it's a child because it is shorter than art, okay? unless for, like, in a different area, then they would probably be taller than art. But it'll be said. I'm going to make it very obvious that there are certain characters that are kids, but mostly everybody is an adult. Oh, I don't have a button for that. I think a lot of people might be like, why are they so happy? They're happy that they actually got to the city. There's a fucking war. Also, I was gonna actually have in this chapter that they got ambushed, but then I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. You wanna know why it doesn't make sense? It doesn't make sense if they're traveling to this area that they've traveled to many times before to not know where not to go. Like, they would know. They would know where to go. They would know how to avoid things. And there may even be secret paths that no one knows about. That would make sense. There would be ways to travel. It would just be kind of weird if... Oh, this is in the wrong area. You know what? That's okay. I did it on the wrong layer, but it doesn't matter because we don't need the other layers anyways. But it's like, I was just like thinking, I was like, that would be so dumb. That would be such a dumb idea. So I ended up scrapping it. Also, would have made the chapter even longer. And there's a lot of stuff that sometimes you just kind of need to cut. And I think like with writing and stuff, you know, some people don't want to cut things because they're like, no, but that's important. But then I'm like, now I'm just like, yeah, is it really? But is it really that important? Is it? Do I think that people will really care if that's in there or not? Like, this is the way of how I think about it when you're writing a story. And I might put this in like my how to world build and how to write. Does it effectively push along a plot? If it doesn't, okay, next question. Does it help in character development? Does it help the character, or does it help characters interact with each other? Like, you know, we see character development happening between two people. Like, are they becoming better friends? Are they becoming better enemies? Are they arguing? Is it going to lead to something else that could, like, move a plot along, or maybe even move their relationship along? Whatever it is, from friendship or lovers or enemies, like, will that help? If not, it probably doesn't need to go in there. So if it doesn't like provide something to the reader, or at least to the characters, nobody will care. If it doesn't show, I feel like if it doesn't show something, then no one will really care about it. And honestly, after like reading through stuff and writing a few things, that actually holds pretty true. Whenever you're writing something. And you can, again, even put it to characters, but, or like, you know, when you're making a character design, like, does this effectively help in showing off the character's design, or is it just to be simple? By the way, you know what's really interesting? Luthador has the most simplistic outfit ever of all of them. Of basically this weird jumpsuity thing. And you would think, for a guy that is supposed to have, like, a really tragic and terrible past, that he should have, like, more stuff to him. But that's the point. Luthador doesn't have anything. He has nothing. So, how do you put that into a character design? Well, you show that he literally has nothing. He has, like, a very, very, very basic thing. To literally show he literally has nothing in this world. So that's how you do character design. The other short answer is I didn't want to give him a complex one. Sometimes I just don't want to do shit. And you know what? That's okay. Sometimes that happens. I will say one thing that I've kept from his original design was this, like, coloration. It was supposed to mean something else, but then I ended up making it that it's like a... I pressed erase, or I thought I did. It's supposed to be a representation of, like, their age and how old they are. So, yeah. It does look like he's kind of wearing gloves, though. It's really funny. But hey, it works. And I think we're done with this page. I just like kind of turn off the sketch lines. It's weird when you turn off the sketch lines because it's like, ooh, they look terrible. But once you start rendering and stuff, it usually ends up looking fine. Now this one is like partially done in a way. Because as you can see, I did render like the background here. This background kind of got rendered, but I think I need to work on it a little bit more. But we're going to work on rendering these. It does take longer the amount of characters that you have. That's why I'm like, you know what, let's just block in the colors and then I can render it another day. And then the last page we're going to do is this one. We might actually do this one, and then we'll do this one, because this one's going to take longer. So, let me save. And I am going to go and walk my dog for about 10 minutes. I will run an ad, just so you all know. So let me just move over to the BRB screen, because I do need to set something up really quickly. Was everybody good? Was everybody good while I was gone? It looks like you were. Good. The chat did not devolve into a cult to George. For once. Going outside and touching grass was very nice, by the way. I probably left you guys for longer than I thought I did, but considering that I had this set up for... Oh yeah, it was about 20 minutes. So, I hope that you guys got a nice 20-minute break as we are going to continue on. Honestly, I kind of am hoping of getting this page done pretty quickly, and seeing where else we go with it today, and you know, whatever I get done, even if I get up to like actually finish page 9 and 10 today, that just means I only have like a few more pages to do for the rest of this week for coloring, and then next week if we render everything, I'll probably be finished with chapter 6. And because like how I kind of was like planning on doing this and having it finished by is I was kind of hoping to have chapter 6 and chapter 7 done all in January, and so far it's looking like I'll be able to finish them all in January. Maybe rolling a little bit into February, but the fact that I will have basically now 2 chapters ahead, that actually gives me some wiggle room for stuff. Means that I can take more time with things. Ah. Nyeh. So then maybe I might take, maybe not February, maybe March. I'll take a break of working on the comic. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I accidentally made Luthor purple. I hope you love how uncomfortably close you're getting with everybody. I know we're probably not going to see the other eye, but I at least put some indications. gonna break the no mic rule a little bit here, but sorry if you were listening now. Suddenly I'm talking. I just wanted to kind of say, we're probably gonna go another hour and just kind of see how long this takes to do this page, because there's a lot of characters that I have to color in some, color them in, of course. I gotta color them inside the lines, you know. It's gonna take a while. Especially considering I have never colored one of these captain characters before, because these are extras. I don't know why I'm deciding to color them, but I am. So anyways, I will now continue the no mic. I apologize if you were listening so nicely and suddenly got me talking. I was talking earlier, but once I get to up to 3 to 4 hours, I start getting really tired, and I've run out of things to talk about and think about, and my brain just gets fried. So I do hope that you enjoy these no mic sections here and there. Anyways, thank you for joining along on this, and I hope you're working along too if you need to. So, thank you for do. I'm gonna dive back in and turn off the mic, and I'm gonna turn off my mic. Oh, also, George can still talk, so you can still use all the redeems. They're still active. Alright, everyone, we are done. We finished 3 pages. Well, not finished, but we finished blocking in all the color for 3 pages, which is actually pretty good. But now you can kind of see how long it really takes to even complete a comic. I'm going to remove this. For a while I accidentally had the Be Right Back bathroom on for a while, and I forgot to take it down because I was done. I honestly sometimes don't look at the actual like stream most of the time. I'm just like kind of just go in for it and do what I need to do. But yeah. Hopefully next week we can work on actually starting to render these pages, because maybe I'll work on actually rendering these next week. Or we might even be rendering other pages. There is page 12 here that we can't do. We did page 7. I have page 8 done. And then page 9. And page 10. No, I don't. I forgot Luthador's coloring. How could I do such a thing? But honestly, 6 hours is about average of how long I work on the comic. I thought I did put it on here, but I guess I forgot. It's okay. We can always go back in and fix it. Honestly, I just love Luthador's face right here. There's a few times where I like sketch and draw faces and do them really well, and then there's other times you kind of get this. But he looks like a mischievous little guy. That's what he is. He's a mischievous little guy. By the way, if you guys want to know what he's exactly saying, I will give you these bubbles. It won't make sense, but here you go. That's what's happening. The text makes it more. I do always double check to make sure I spell things correctly, because I'm gonna be honest, I misspell things a lot, and if I misspell something in the comic, please just tell me. I will fix it. I will fix the page. I'm not gonna get mad at somebody if they go, hey, that's not how you spell the word. I'll be like, thank you. Thank you so much for that. But yeah. So, oh, I do have to do this page. So we'll do page 11. I have to do page 11. There's 16 pages in this chapter, by the way. I one time did 20 chapters, and over 20 chapters, and I realized that I probably cannot do any more than 20. Because once you start getting up to 20, that just becomes a real big asking. So, without any further ado... Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Let me make sure that this is saved for tomorrow. But the good thing is if I do these next few, I actually will be able to render next week. Hooray! I'm slowly but surely figuring out my pipeline of what needs to get done week by week in order to get a chapter completed. And then thankfully the week after that I can just hop into chapter 7 and starting to work on that, because chapter 7 is already all set up as well. It just needs to get colored. Yeah. Now I can say without further ado. I'm gonna take that off. Ooh. Oh, okay, good. I thought I accidentally pressed something that I shouldn't. Don't worry, it wouldn't have been too bad. I thought I pressed this. Oop. Hey, you're supposed to turn off when I tell you to. Oh, it's on a timer. I jailed myself. And it's on a timer. Well, great. I'm not gonna click the other one then. Oh good, when I change screens it actually turns it off. That's hilarious. Oh. But I hope this little stream did give you a little bit of a taste of like how long it really does take to complete something with this, and also like why it does take me forever, or sometimes I don't even really post much on social media. I try to set things for the future, thankfully now, but it is very hard for me to work on, like, to be posting out regular artworks all the time, because I'm not just sitting here working on art all the time as I used to. Now I'm like making a full comic, which honestly, it's a really big commitment and it's a really long project, but I mean, that's just kind of how it rolls sometimes. Oh, also my headset disconnected like halfway through the thing. So let me just turn this audio down so that then if I go in and say hello to people, that it'll be fine. Okay, I was gonna say, is Clip Studio gonna want to close so I can see who's live and I can go and raid them? There's a lot of people to raid. Someone's doing some cursed art. And you know, this is a person I rarely ever raid. I always like kind of just lurk. So we might actually be going over and raiding them. No, snooze. I'm going to snooze the ads for a minute. But I do want to thank you all for being here and just watching me work on this, work on the comic. I'm gonna probably try and do this more. And considering we started at like 10 a.m. and it is currently almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you can see how it takes me a long time to really do a lot of stuff, and hopefully with me doing a backlog I can actually maybe take a break once a month or something like that. So I need to turn off that Ko-Fi bot thing. I find that thing very annoying. But anyways, let us go, because he is making some art, and we might as well raid somebody making some art. It looks like they are making some cursed art. But yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do these more, like, work-alongs, like, more, because I was thinking about it, I was like, I could do Tuesday and Wednesday doing this, but we'll keep it at one day, and then if I want to make it more, then I will increase it. And sometimes they'll be kind of like semi no mic and mic, meaning I kind of change in between it. And others days, they'll be fully no mics. If I just want to just like solely focus on the work. Next week might be a completely no mic, because I kind of really want to focus on rendering, and most of the time when I render, I need full attention. And just because it's no mic doesn't mean that it's silent. Meaning like it's gonna be like a silent stream. If it ends up being a silent stream, I'll say it's a silent stream, meaning that everything is off. Like you can't use George, you can't do that. So it'll be like a full thing like that. But yeah, I do hope that you enjoyed this. This was really fun to do. Also, some announcements for upcoming stuff. I know this isn't gonna happen until February, but I kind of just want to tell you guys. So I am opening up commissions in February, but that'll be posted out, like another announcement on the socials, like a little bit closer to February. But I just kind of like decided, you know what, I kind of want to do some commissions. There's only gonna probably be a few slots. I think I have it like, it's like 2 slots for a funny model, and then 2 slots for like a skeb, for skeb commissions. That's like art. And that's kind of how I have it right now. And then hopefully in future I'm gonna be able to do a lot more stuff. Oh, also in February, in honor of Monster Hunter, I might be doing, or trying to do, once a day trying to sketch monsters. So yeah. Without any further ado, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all for being here, and as I always say, may the winds guide you. Until next time. Goodbye, everybody.